talking about coin store, exchanges, FX and everything. And right now with me is Kashan from Coin Store. Hi Kashan, how are you?
I'm good, man. Really nice to be here. Really appreciate you guys having me here. Yeah, it's been great.
So how are you enjoying the vibe of the event? Like you're seeing everything. We have kept it a bit, more related to gaming ecosystem, like gamers, how you play games, like a pure, vibe and touch of it. How are you looking like the event right now, till now?
Sure. I think I love the setup. I love the vibe that you guys have in the audience here as well. I think I've been to
Cut.
several.
What happened?
What's wrong with you?
Is it live?
Okay.
Should we start again? Or? Hi guys, how are you? This is Rehan Shahjahan from GameCentric. I'm the head of Web3 technology. So today we are having a GCVC Ignite event, day 1. And with me, I have Kashan from CoinStore. Hi Kashan, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, man.
So how are you? Like you came in, how was the vibe? What are your feedback? What are your reviews on it?
Sure. I think so far I've been to several GameFi events. I think across several different events, what you guys have going is actually a really comfortable and I would say it's a very nice vibe to be in. It feels very nice. The setup is great. The atmosphere is vibrant. Yeah, I love it. I love it actually. It's really.
Have you tried the platform itself downstairs?
Yes, actually not exactly, but I've tried sitting there, just like getting the whole immersing myself into it. I like that, but I haven't tried so much about the technical side about it yet. But I would love to soon.
Yeah, the interaction when you're interacting with the platform, even if you're not a gamer, you will become a gamer. That's the guarantee right now.
Sounds good.
So I wanted to ask a few things from you guys because we are a gamify company and we're tapping gaming industry like in terms of Web3, Web2, and even Web4 in future. So how do you look for like gaming token projects on your chain or like your exchange?
Sure. So for CoinStore, we have a very selective sort of approach when we want to work with different types of GameFi partners, right? We don't want to just we don't want to just work with everyone out there. We want to really have a very selected partners that is very good for our users because we understand how the market is in Southeast Asia. We understand what makes a GameFi project really good. What makes a TGE successful. How to make the token utility pump up. So it's not just about having it on as a form of like just listing the token itself, but we want to understand our partners and yeah. So I think that sort of approach has always been our main approach whenever we want to work with partners who are in the GameFi industry. So that's why we've partnered up with some of our partners like Animalka Brands, Scala Games, their ecosystem portfolio of gaming projects as well. So yeah, similar to that.
That's good. That's good actually because you need a lot of these things to scale it up.
Correct.
And go like directly tap to the fill in the gaps of the user partnership. Okay, the next question is a bit tricky. Like, how do you see that? Is user size good or user engagement good for before a project to be listed and even after when the project is listed? Is user size that matters for a good to have a good token engagement, or if it's the user engagement that is actually bringing up the utility and the hype of the token? How do you see that?
Personally, coming from an exchange point of view, I think both sides is actually really important. Yep. But I would say we're leaning towards more of the user engagement because even if you have a very small community when you're starting up, you're building the project, you're building the product itself, I think the engagement from even just 10 members can make a lot of difference compared to having 500 members and they're not active in the group. So I think I would say from our side, we've noticed some of the best projects that have scaled, that we've seen done amazingly in the Web3 space for gaming, really prioritize having that user engagement as well, especially when they're starting out. And then we can follow up on getting the user base, growing that user base, having more retail engaged in the Web3 scene for GameFi. So.
That's good. That's good to hear that. And what do you find? Like, do you find a gaming project token gaining traction with your user base?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've worked with, as I mentioned, Gala Game, right? Their ecosystem projects as well for gaming projects, and we've seen a lot of traction coming towards from our user base itself because as I mentioned, we selectively have very selective partners on board onto CoinStore. So in that sense, we know how our users interact with certain projects. We're not just onboarding every single GameFi project out there. It's very selective. So we know that okay, this project is going to work really well because our user base loves this type of games, loves this type of product, loves this type of narrative in the GameFi space. So yeah, from our users itself, we've seen almost about 70% to 80% in terms of traction for GameFi project. Whenever we have a new GameFi project on board onto CoinStore, that's the sort of like percentage that we can look at in terms of how much volume we can expect, the growth over there, user engagement. Yeah.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear that you have your own community that is actually engaging for all the projects which is already listed on your exchange. So that's a good thing. Okay, what kind of support do you give to the early stage projects on your exchange?
Sure. We have a number of different supports. We have like incubations. We have our launchpad there. So. We can help projects as early as even the pre-sale stage, having them on board onto CoinStore using our Discover page where we have one-click direct access for users. Perhaps if you're doing a pre-sale right on your platform, we can have the pre-sale on our own platform itself so that users can toggle straight into your pre-sale, buy the token at a very discounted rate. So these are all different types of strategies that we have to really have our users from CoinStore itself, where we have 10 million users, navigated directly and very seamlessly through your platform. So these are type of strategies, and then from there we can have, if you want to do a fundraise, then we have the launchpad there as well, which serves as one of our best products on CoinStore.
Yeah, that's great because I have been through your community a lot of times, and I have seen that how engaging they are, even if it's a very smaller project or early project, or even if it's a very successful project. So your community is very interactive, and they're talking about a lot of good stuff, maybe in terms of future and everything. Okay, Kashan, one thing, from your perspective, what do you think that makes a TGE very successful?
Wow, that is a very
I know that's a tricky question.
Okay, let's see. I think from all all the projects we've constantly seen, what makes a TGE really successful is doing the right things in terms of having a very, very strong strategy, right? You have to take into account, having a community, having your socials up, having investments secured, having the announcements. You need to have all these things ready, and then from there itself, you're able to have a very strong strategy on the TGE side, which is planning which exchange that you want to list first. If you want to do a launchpad, whether you want to do an IDO or an initial exchange offering. So there's many ways to navigate through this. It really depends on some narratives like Deepin is very different from the GameFi side. So their narrative is more focused towards maybe, I would say, having the product ready first. And then there are some other narratives that focus on, having the user engagement first. And then that's where we have a lot of, I would say, I've seen projects really working into, building that initial touch point with the users first, building that strong engagement first. So that's where I would say that's actually where we see, it's a pointer to whether TGE is going to be successful or not. And having that announcements lined up, pricing strategies lined up as well. It's really, really important to have all these things ready first before the TGE, so that when the TGE comes and when you start, launching the token, you want to make sure that the sell pressure is not too high. You want to make sure there's users constantly engaged with the token, and also the product is doing really well. There's not much issues there, so that everything is very, I would say, it's all synced together in a way. Yeah.
So you're actually saying that all of these things combined,
correct,
makes the TGE successful.
Yes,
definitely. That's a good thing. So what are you thinking? What actually is your perspective with CoinStore? The trends for GameFi projects ahead. what do you think can be the trending portion for any gamify products in future?
I think the trending push would probably have to be, well, we've seen many GameFi projects do well in terms of, building that community, I think. I think that's one of the biggest things that a lot of GameFi projects sort of start and then, they just stop in the middle. And then there's also the problem where a lot of GameFi, Web3 gaming companies, right, when they start the project and it's going really well, they end up at a phase where it's just constantly the same thing, right? There's no new updates coming to the users, to the players who are actually really, involved in the game, really invested in the game. And that's where it stops. And then that's the problem over there, where you can see a downfall in terms of most of the gaming projects out there, right? So when that level comes, the project starts to think about, okay, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? And it's just like going in circles. So, and that's why we always try to advise some of our partners to have, like a different mindset to it. Think out of the box. Get more things, more updates towards the players, so that they are constantly engaged, where they are rewarded by incentivizing your users, etc. So yeah, that's I would say just thinking out of the box, having a different approach to when you get stuck with things. Yeah.
That's good. This is going to be the last question.
Sure.
But before that, you came to the event, you went through the demo, you know about what GameCentric is doing.
Yeah.
So, are you excited to partner up with us?
Of course, definitely. Yes.
That's a good thing. So, thank you. Anything if you wanted to put in the end, like your concept of Web3, where do you think Web3 is moving towards, like a general concept? What is the future of Web3? What is the future of gamify products? If you can just conclude, then we'll take it.
I think in terms of the future for GameFi products, there's a lot of potential that we're seeing, especially from what you guys are doing as well. I think you guys are doing a lot of different things. Like you have that the mobile a truck, I think, like a gaming truck.
Yeah, it's a gaming truck. Yeah,
right. It's really cool, and that's never been done, especially in Southeast Asia.
Yep.
So these kinds of innovation, especially when you bring it into different markets, is amazing. That shapes a different sort of narrative, sort of like mindset towards players who are actually looking for something different, looking for a company that they can really play a lot of games with, to really focus on. So I think in that sense, innovation in terms of the GameFi space has just begun, I would say. So there's a lot of things that is going to come. There's a lot of new developments coming up in the GameFi space, especially for our partners within CoinStore. I think, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff happening very soon as well.
Thank you so much, Kashan, for coming.
No problem.
And see you guys after another while with another person. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Nice TP.
No problem.
before, right?
Good, good. Okay. So, hi guys, welcome back. Again, this is Rehan Shahjahan. So today, like right now, with me is Michael from Foundation Ventures. So hi Michael, how are you?
Hi everybody, my name is Michael. I'm from Foundation Ventures. Absolutely an honor to be here with you guys at GameCentric. Thanks for having me.
How's your experience right now, till now, of the event? You have, you saw the demo, you're visiting the office, the environment, the vibe. What are your feelings about it?
So my feelings of this venue is cool, and cool. Cool as in the way that it feels. It's nice and refreshing in comparison to being stuck in a taxi for 2 hours. And then it's cool as in like the facilities that you guys have got, the time and effort and attention to detail that you've put into the gaming chairs. We all know a good gaming chair is essential. And in terms of food, refreshments that you've got, and how cool you guys are. And one thing that people probably haven't mentioned, these guys have got a really cool uniform.
I think they must be seeing on the streams and everything on our channels. So okay, let's dive into Web3 gaming. Mm-hmm. So what do you think? What is your perspective on the landscape of Web3 gaming?
Unfortunately, Web3 gaming is really bad at the moment. Like the best thing that could ever happen for Web3 gaming is that it's not called Web3 gaming. That it's just called gaming. So this is a sentiment that I got from a good friend of mine called Mo, who's the head of tokenomics at Animoca Brands, and he presented this idea, and I was like, that is so true, because I think the more we call it Web3 gaming, the more we attract developers rather than game makers. And the developers are just trying to make a token and make money off people rather than making an actual IP and story and something that really attracts fans.
I believe I have another opinion on that, because it totally depends on the narrative. So I think right now it's not the narrative of the gaming project right now, but I think by the end of this year, when the gaming narrative will hit, every single gaming project will have a pump. Yeah, that's just a hypothesis, and that's my opinion.
No, I totally agree with you. We saw a little flash of it with what happened with Telegram and the Tom games, and it's one of the things that attracted me to gaming is the ultimate form of storytelling and engagement. Like everything in the world at the moment is about attention. On TikTok, you can hold someone's attention for what, 4 seconds, whereas in a game, you can hold someone's attention for 40 hours and then add an expansion pack. So in terms of gaining attention, that is why I think Web3 and marketing and wallet tracking and user behavior, I think we're about to enter a world with AI that, like you said, probably towards the end of the year, people that didn't get it will go, oh!
That's a good thing. That's a good like the thought process which you have. So the next question is that what do you particularly look in a project, like the key points before investing?
Okay, so the first thing that I look for in any game is a story. Period. If you haven't got a story, then you're not a game. Gaming is just storytelling. Like if you look at the greatest IPs that we know of, your Pokemon, your God of War. Like God of War is an example. You can just literally watch someone play that because the story is amazing. The fight scenes are amazing. The character design, the character costume. Even just watching some of the little remarks that Atreus makes to his dad are just amazing and are funny. And that's the key thing. And I think people forget that you can actually generate a fan base just from a story. If you look at some of the biggest IPs in the world, especially that come out of Asia, the mangas, your Dragon Balls, your Death Notes, your One Pieces, they're just stories. And they've got massive followings of billions of people that get tattoos, that dress up as them. And so I'm always trying to push any games developers. Focus on your story, get your story out there, and you will build up a fan base, and then adding a game is an added bonus. Whereas when you're trying to when you're focusing on your token first, rather than focusing on your story.
I agree with you on some points. And the other thing, you're talking about gaming tokens, right? The projects, like if it's a gaming project, they will have a gaming token. So what do you think, or what is your perspective on how can a gaming token can survive a longer term journey in the market? What are your thoughts on that?
Number one, don't look for a Web3 audience. If If you look for a Web3 audience and you're building a game, they're going to farm your token, they're going to devour your token, they're going to destroy it. They're going to do exactly what we saw happen with Axie Infinity, where people are going to set up guilds and turn your game into a job. And the thing that I think everyone in Web3 really doesn't understand when they're talking to Web2 people is like, oh, but you can make money from your games. Oh, but you can just play this game. You're playing this game anyway. Why don't you just make money from it? Maybe because they're playing the game as a switch off to escape reality. People are playing games to just ignore the news, forget about what's going on with their family, their friends, work, business, the world, politics. They just want to enter this world, forget about money. So the moment you add money in, they're just like, no, I don't want to think about that. I just want to enjoy being transported to a different world.
I agree with you. That is why where GameCentric comes in, we are a Web 2 and Web 3 aggregator platform. So we are also having a Web 2, like a bigger space, like more than 160,000 active users monthly. And that's Web 2 users. And we're teaching them, we are making a very smooth transition that are helping those 160,000 plus users, monthly active users, to move towards Web3. I think this is how a gaming Web3 project should do. So that, you know, there's just like you mentioned, that the Web3 guys or Web3 community will just come in, make money and go out. But we are more looking forward for the utility, so that, you know, it brings value back to the community. Okay, so what do you think, or like, what can be the biggest growth opportunity in gaming career? What are your thoughts on that?
So I've been saying this since I entered into Web3 and gaming, and whenever I did any education for any clients that we have, I would start off with this. If you played Pokemon, have you deleted your save files? If you played Metal Gear Solid, have you deleted your save files? If you've played FIFA, have you deleted your save files? If you played Football Manager and you've done 20 seasons, have you deleted your save files? If someone was to delete your save files, if I've said this to you now, I just want to see the emotional reaction on the camera. I've just deleted every game file that you've ever had. It hurts, right?
It hurts, yeah.
People have an emotional attachment to the journeys that they've been on with their characters. And one of the most important things in Web3 is this thing called staking, where you need people to hold things for a long time. And what do people do in games? They hold their save files for a long time. I've got some of my PlayStation 1 save files that if someone told me that you deleted my Crash Bandicoot save file from 1999, I'd actually be upset. I'd be like, even though I know I can play the game again, I'd be like, no, you've deleted that. So I think there's something there, but people aren't exploring that area enough.
I think so. That's the achievement which you have. Like whenever you play longer, you unlock a lot of rewards, a lot of skills, a lot of skins. Like if we talk about a gaming, like a gun gaming game, like mobile game. So whenever you're playing more, you unlock a lot of good skins of the game.
I don't think it's just the skins. I think it's the cutscenes.
And I think it's more emotion.
Yes.
Emotions is where
the key.
Everything is the key. Because now we are actually relating with the games. Whenever we are playing, it's a part of a culture, I guess. Any game, you can take Fortnite, PUBG, whatever. People are playing because they're emotionally connected to it. So I think so that gaming thing, and especially Web3, I'll give you another perspective of Web3. The best part of Web3 is, if there's a Web3 game or Web3 ecosystem, you cannot delete anything.
Yes. And that's the bit that that's the biggest pain point in gaming.
Exactly.
Is your assets, your journeys, your memories, your cutscenes that you've unlocked, the game replays that you've had with great games with other people, them disappearing.
I agree with you, and that is where the gap GameCentric is filling. So we, like you as a gamer, you will have a digital identity. Every skill set you have, any certifications, any rewards, achievement will be on blockchain.
Nice.
Now you don't have to say, please believe me, I'm a good gamer. You just say, go on blockchain and see it.
Nice.
You have a whole profile over there. So this is how I think the revolution is moving towards, and our journey is not going to stop at Web3.
Yeah, nice.
We are moving towards Web4.
Oh, nice.
That is the next step after Web3. Okay, so what do you think is the most important when you're always thinking about investing in a project? Is it the technology or is it the community?
I would say it's the community, because the community drives and elevates something. I think in Web3 we have this really strange obsession for focusing on the technology. Is it a ZK roll-up? Is it using this Oracle? But guess what? Nobody cares. Like when you look at when people buy a car from Mercedes-Benz, are they checking the brake calipers? Are they? No, they're not checking the manufacturer that's done the oil filter. Like, you don't care.
Yeah.
Like, you just want to know, does it feel good? And I always say to people, what you got to do is you got to look at the biggest and most successful brands in the world. If you look at LVMH, if you look at Apple, Apple don't make good devices. What they do is they make an emotional attraction. They sell you a story, and then people are just like, oh, I'm a part of something. I belong to the Apple community. And then they're like, oh, you know what? He's got an Apple. This person's cool because all the celebrities have got these Apple phones. So I want to feel like this person because I've got an Apple device. Whereas Samsung, and even worse, LG, when it comes to technology, they've got the best technology when it comes to phones. They've been doing fold phones for years, but nobody cares.
Yeah. Because
why?
That's not a trend.
And there's no story.
There's no story. Yep, I agree.
That's it.
And are you like excited, like you visited the whole office and you're in a part of the event, we're having a discussion, we're meeting people. Are you excited to partner up with GameCentric at any level?
Of course, like ideally what would happen is Foundation Ventures and GameCentric would be like this, and we would just do tons of activations together. Like, we are super excited to bring some of the clients and IPs and partners that we have over into the MENA region. And I think there's no better partner to do that with than GameCentric. So watch out, watch this space.
Thank you so much, Michael. It was a pleasure having you over here, and looking forward to having a close partnership. And let's take this journey. You can be a part of this. And one last thing I would like to talk about GameCentric ecosystem is that we are not getting users on our platform. We are actually getting partners who will help us, who will build with us, who will grow with us, and will transform with us towards the destiny. Thank you.
Nice. Let's do it. Thank you. I got to throw something in for the camera because I know the fans out there will like this if I did this. Those of you know that Kajibuchi no Jutsu.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was very nice discussion.
Yeah, it was great. It flowed really, really naturally. It was really good. Cool. Done.
First cut is the best cut, huh? You know that, right?
Absolutely.
उसके बाद तो
Otherwise, it becomes drama.
then becomes very
Monotonous.
Okay. We can start. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to GameCentric. We have here Nanda Kumar from Aditage, our technology partner based out of Hyderabad. And Nanda, I want to know what have we done in the past and what the future of GameCentric looks like.
Thank you, Saad. Good morning. It's great to be here finally in this greatest event. So we have been working on game-centric platform for last 4 years approximately. So there's a massive journey, I would call that as in steps. So we did the whole platform first on Web 2 rather, and kept on adding more and more features into it. And that is when we started seeing the Web 3 coming alive with a completely new world of crypto, etc. So we are now gearing up for Web 3, and I think we are halfway through. So going to see some very interesting releases in future.
So on the game-centric product side, I just want to give you an update that we have 52 Web 2 games. We are aggregating a lot of Web 3 games which are coming on board now. So we are an AI-based aggregator platform for Web 2 and Web 3. And when I said AI, Nanda, can you say something on the AI aspect of GameCentric?
Absolutely. AI is the buzz anyway, so everyone understands in the way they would like to. It is very difficult to define AI, so obviously it is trying to imitate any human being, what it does. But when it comes to the gaming industry, who are the leaders in adapting any of the newer technologies, surely gaming industry is ahead of any other industry with respect to adapting AI with newer innovations other than gaming in AI also. So wherein, based on the data, so we can get a lot of insights about the gamers, their behaviors, their skills and recommendations, their buying behaviors, and the games that they prefer. So there are a lot of things that we can do with AI.
I also have been told that we have launched the first operational AI on GameCentric.
Absolutely.
And we have more to come, so if you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Absolutely. We introduced an agent, I would like to call it as, so an operations agent who is a person who will help with answers to all your questions. If you want to know anything about the platform, that agent will answer, and we are going to further enhance it. Instead of talking about the platform, it will also tell you, based on your experience on the platform and your games that you have played, it will also give you an insight for you to become a better gamer.
So are we looking at GameCentric having different multiple AI features, or it's going to be a master AI? Just run me through it because I'm a little...
So we are going to bring these agents into picture, and each agent is specialized in their own territory with his operations. So there is a person, the agent who is expert in registrations. The other person is an expert in telling you some good tips around the game that you are playing, etc. But all these will be monitored by a master agent. That is the agent you will work with. And once you talk to that agent, ask question, that agent will know which agent to bring in front of you. So that is how the whole agent mechanism will bring in.
Looking at how technology is moving so fast, right? How long is this roadmap looking at? Is this going to be a 3-month roadmap, a 6-month, or a year, or it's going to keep evolving?
In any other industry, it is pretty slow because the pilots are what it is happening. So I would say maybe between 1 to 5% of these pilots are seeing the daylight. But when it comes to our platform, I am more optimistic about it because the way we launched the agentic AI, it was done in just around 1 month, right? So we are going to launch further and further. I'm sure within next 3-4 months, we should be having at least 3-4 agents running.
That's awesome news. I think GameCentric is moving in the future with AI.
Absolutely.
And I think we have an extremely good tournament platform. So come and join us, and there are more reviews coming on GameCentric as we go on. Thanks, Nanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I hope you got that. Huh?
We have to look, I'm not going to look at the camera. I'm going to look at you.
Look at there and then here. Us
Okay, fine.
to start with.
Okay.
So, when are we ready? Ready. Hi, good afternoon, guys. We are here at GameCentric. I have Adnan, a very close friend. He's from the construction and landscaping company, and he's been a very old friend and a well-wisher for GameCentric. So Adnan, looking at your physique and how fit and cool you are,
And my hairstyle.
I think you play some kind of sports, right? What kind of sports do you play?
So Saad, I basically used to play a lot of racket sports. I still play cricket, but in general now I just hit the gym, and whenever a few friends call, I make an exception and play paddle.
Great, so you use your shoulders and your legs pretty well, right? Have you used your fingers?
That's an awkward question, it depends. But no, I haven't. But I'll tell you one thing interesting about me. When I was a kid, I used to love gaming consoles. I used to love playing Sega. I used to love playing Nintendo. In fact, when I started out, I used to play something called Atari. I don't know if those, those kids, what they know. Yeah, it still exists, but I started out playing Atari. And then when we were older, we used to go to these arcades which had gaming consoles. So yes, some of that mobility and finger movement still exists.
Awesome. So I thought you saw some retro games downstairs.
I did.
So as GameCentric, we do retro.
It reminded me of how young I am.
So GameCentric, we're doing all types of offline events. You've been part of it. There's retro, there's Web 2, and there's Web 3 gaming. So what's your favorite game? What kind of genre of game do you like?
I'm talking about from my time. When I was a kid, I used to like the fighting games, and I used to like the racing games. So as a kid, I used to like Mortal Kombat. I used to love Street Fighter.
Awesome.
And then there was another fighting game which is
Tekken.
Tekken, right. So Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and Street Fighter were probably my favorite games.
Oh, you don't like the story games?
I do.
Like God of War?
I love God of War. In fact, you used to, yeah, exactly, when you used to come to my place, God of War on Sega. We used to play that for hours. What is it called? PS2, PS3, yes, so we used to do that. I used to love God of War as well, loved it. Storytelling. And there was another one as well, 300, I used to love that as well.
What's your thought process in gaming in general as you're seeing the industry grow? You're seeing Dubai is doing a lot. I'm sure you read what's happening in Saudi. And then we being very close, I'm in the gaming space. What's your thought process generally about gaming?
So this is coming from a personal perspective. I have very limited professional understanding of the business, but just way the world is going, the kind of stimulation these kind of games give you, they are 10x of what I had as a kid. I can also see that this is something which is not just someone does for playing and winning, it's kind of becoming like a community. So a lot of people are connecting on other levels. I mean, I've seen my son sit on games where he's talking and I'm like, who's he talking to in the room? And then I see that he's got a headphone on and he's talking to other people that are playing games. They play a lot of Fortnite. So the way I see the gaming industry, very simply from what my friends and family and other people that I'm seeing, it's a growing industry. It is definitely a space where a lot more money, time and energy, a lot of big industries are, industry players are coming about, and I can see that it's not just a game, but it's kind of a social engagement, and I think it'll continue to grow.
Awesome. And everything is becoming VR, AR, and now the new thing is AI. So any thought process or impacts of these three in gaming space?
So according to my wife, I'm artificially intelligent. But I think the combination of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, it's going to explode. I think people want more things at the comfort of in their homes. More and more people are wanting to experience things without actually doing and putting their body through that process. So from what I've seen, in fact, I even have one of those goggles where you can see what's going on. I forgot that thing. I got it from, I forgot the name of that. Again, you can help me with the console that you put in and you feel like you're there in the 3D space. I got that as a gift from my brother, in fact. So do I believe that people are going to enjoy doing this more? Yes, and I feel it is a fantastic experience.
Okay. So, social gathering, community building, gaming, AI, and you can make money.
Of course, you're clearly in this business. There are a lot of people that are joining this. I think there's, again, like I said, I'm not a professional. I don't know the numbers. I don't know the data. But big players are putting big money. So I can see that this is an industry that a lot of people want to be a part of.
Awesome. So having this discussion with Adnan, just bringing everything together, whatever he said, GameCentric is doing on the community, social, AI, technology, token, all of that. So we bring everything together in GameCentric. We're having fun, we're enjoying ourselves, and it's great to have well-wishers like Adnan with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making me part of this podcast. And yeah, I think if you've got kids and they're looking for a different kind of experience like Saad said, I think this wholesome approach that GameCentric has is fantastic. And thank you for making me a part of today's event.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Ray, it's not recording, right?
It's recording.
No, don't. He's taking 5 minutes rest.
It's okay. We'll take
You will keep recording this? Yeah?
तो हमारी आवाज़ें सारी रिकॉर्ड हो रही है.
some space if we're gonna find by.
Okay.
Wow. तो कब से कितनी देर थी फ्लाइट की?
Flight 3 घंटे की थी, but the waiting period was of 7 hours. Man. It was like
So when you landed, like early in the morning or
7:30.
7:30 in the morning?
7:30 in the morning.
हाँ तो
The gaming revolution is here, and GameCentric is leading the charge. What started as a bold idea in the heart of MENA has grown into a movement. Over 120 tournaments and activations across the region, from schools and shopping malls to national stages and global festivals, we've connected players, built communities, and helped brands unlock the true power of gaming. But this is just the beginning. GameCentric is entering a new era, guided by 6 core pillars. We call them the 6 E's. Earn. Maximize your gaming potential with competitive tournaments, challenges, advanced analytics. Join a thriving community where you earn as you play. Engage. Find your people. Compete. Collaborate. From live events to digital arenas, community is at our core. Educate. From blockchain and Web3 to esports and safe gaming. Level up your gaming knowledge with certified courses and interactive content curated by us. Learn from industry experts and become a gaming authority. Empower. Access premium features and exclusive privileges through our tiered membership system. Unlock your full gaming potential. Entertain. From classic Web 2 titles to the boldest Web 3 experiences, we deliver unforgettable moments for every kind of gamer. Elevate. Step into the future of gaming with Web3 integration and blockchain technology. Access exclusive features and global opportunities through our advanced ecosystem. But what makes this experience truly seamless is intelligence designed for the player. Meet our AI agent, a powerful system that personalizes your gameplay, adapts challenges to your skill, and enhances every moment with data-driven precision. Introducing GCVC, the currency of the GameCentric ecosystem, a token built for creators, gamers, and dreamers. To own, to play, we've built the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, and we're inviting you to cross it. This is the future of gaming economies. This is GameCentric, built for gamers, designed for the future.
Okay?
yep.
Camera. 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone. So today we'll be having a detailed discussion on tech. Right now with me is Mayur from Hyderabad, and he will be we will have a very detailed conversation about future technology, what is Web 2, what is Web 3, and where this Web 2 and Web 3 is going towards. Hi Mayur, how are you?
Hi Rehan, how are you?
I'm good, how about you?
Good, thanks man. So as you know Rehan, we have done a lot of things on Web 2, right?
Yep.
Building the core competency of game-centric around Web 2 technologies, right? We have our games, we have our challenges, we have our arenas, right?
Yep.
We have done a lot of work around Web 2. Now, as we transition
Yep.
to Web 3, right? What do you think? Where can we move forward?
So, in my opinion, because the world right now is moving towards anything digitally. So, whenever you say digitally, the first ever word that comes in is Web3. So, Web3 is the digital platform that gives you everything digitally, even if it's your identity, even if it's your assets, even if it's your achievement. So, in my opinion, if I talk about gaming industry, I think that the next revolution is every single player should own their own identity. Even if it is in terms of assets, even if it is in terms of achievement, skills. So I think Web3 is playing a very important role in gaming industry, and I think the next narrative and the next industry or the next revolution will be topped by Web3 gaming.
Web3, now, as you know, that technology is evolving constantly and continuously, right?
Yep.
Where we have been to Web3 and there's something new thing that is coming up.
Yep.
Do you think Web3 will sustain itself?
I believe yes.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because, like just like a normal gamer, I wanted to control all of my assets. I wanted to control all of my skins. I'll talk more about the gaming perspective of it. I'm playing PUBG or I'm playing a game, right? I cannot, if I have earned one achievement, that is one of the diamond skins of a gun, I cannot sell it out. But coming on Web3, because I'm performing, I'm hard working on that, I can sell it to anyone. I own that. If I have achieved something, I own that. I can trade, I can sell, I can give it for free, I can flex, because that will be digitally, that will be my digital asset, and I can generate revenue. So, and the other thing is like, whatever, like people wanted to do something in their normal routine that generates some, value to them. Like you know, the gamers play 24 hours games and everything, but eventually when they go off their monitor, they don't have anything valuable. So Web3 jumps in where they provide you the value. Like whenever you're playing, you're achieving, your level is going up. Each time there's a token coming to your side or the smart contract is minting, and you're getting something in terms of value. So Web3 gaming is the next future, and it will change the whole concept of gaming experience.
Okay. Now, when you spoke about revenue, right?
Yep.
What is therein for users? What is therein for the organizers? What is therein for the sponsors?
I'll tell you one thing related to GameCentric, because we're talking about the ecosystem. So what actually you can have is like you can hold your identity, you can generate, like for example, I'll give you an example, like there's a tournament. Have you ever experienced, I'll question you one, have you ever experienced that you just went into a tournament and then you realize it's a very like a plastic medal that is a reward, and at that particular time you only have one option or one of the either you take it, either you leave it.
Right. Yeah, that has been
at GameCentric, Web3 or even Web2 tournaments, we give you all the details before.
Okay.
Like you're getting the prize pool in USDC, USDT, or maybe USD. You can get the payouts instantly. And over there you have this selection, and maybe like for example, if the tournament is on base, if the tournament is on BNB chain, it's your choice. Maybe BNB is your favorite choice. So we are giving the users, the gamers, tailor-made solutions already built, so they can come in, whatever they wanted to do, they can have the instant payout. The best advantage to the gamers is that whenever the tournament ends, you can instantly get your rewards within seconds.
No, that's fine.
That is one of the best things, and we are going towards NFTs, skill sets, certifications. Everything will be minted digitally on the platform, and the best part is you don't have to explain anyone that you're a good gamer. Everyone can see it on blockchain.
Wow, that's nice. And so we are also educating the users here. Like
Yep.
when we'll be moving Web2 gamers to Web3, how do you see that transition?
So actually, we are trying to make a very seamless transition so that the Web2 gamers don't really feel the change in the ecosystem, but yeah, they can adopt.
Okay.
So we are transitioning in a very smooth manner so that all our existing users, we have more than 160,000 active users every month. So we are creating a seamless transition so that they can easily adopt if they don't know anything about Web3, and we are providing utilities. Even we are also planning to launch our own GCVC token on I think mid of June. So the utility portion is really massive and really great. So I think that will interact, and the incentives and airdrops, rewards and everything, I think they will capture the interest of the gamers, and they themselves will want to transition with us in this journey.
Wow. Now, for our users, right, for our community, right, what do you think, what should be our roadmap and where we should focus?
So I'll give you one of the things which we as GameCentric have in our head. We are not going to stop at Web3.
Okay. What is next?
Our destination is not destination, but we are thinking even above Web4.
Web4. What is that?
I'll give you an example. For example, you're a good gamer, but you're tired, but you have a competition in midnight. and you're tired, you came from home, you don't have any energy left to play the game. What if I tell you that there's an AI companion of yours that is playing tournaments when you're sleeping, and the next day when you wake up, maybe you already have won the tournament.
Okay.
How do you think about this?
So do you think it will be a clone?
It will be it will adapt your strategy, it will adapt your culture, it will adapt your practices, like how you play the game.
Right.
So that is where Web 4 comes in. This is one of the portion. I'll be sharing more details ahead. So one portion is that you're watching Netflix and you just wanted to chill out with your friends, or something comes in, your AI companion, which you will train, you will just play the game and it will automatically be trained,
Right.
and will play just like you.
Right.
And whatever the results comes, and you can achieve. But there's one thing. For example, if your AI companion wins the tournament, where the prize pool money will go? So that's a huge question. If the AI companion starts crying, that where's my money or where's my prize pool? But yeah, it will.
So if you had to read between the lines, we will be building our own LLM modules, right?
Yes.
That is where we are going to move going forward.
Yeah. And the other thing is, best thing about Web 4, which we have in our concept, we will be giving tailor-made smart contract solutions. That will be automated. We don't have to be just entering a certain details to get something out of it. That will be tailor-made. Whatever the things we want, whatever the things the tournament insights needs, that will automatically happen. I'll give you an example. If our AI model will check that this week the majority of the people played game number 1, so it will give us an insight. It will create maybe game number 1 tournament again for the next week, and that will be deployed, and everything will be transparent on Web 3. So this is the automation strategy combined journey towards Web 4.
Great. That's interesting. So we are in something good going forward, right?
Yeah.
And very interesting things, right? Web 3 as we transition, and Web 4, something that we've already started working on, right?
Yeah. The best thing, if I would say about us as an ecosystem, is that we're open for gamers to come to our ecosystem, build with us, grow with us, and move with us. So this is the whole concept of GameCentric in terms of tech, in terms of spirituality, in terms of culture.
Yeah. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Pleasure, man.
Pleasure. Hello. Hi everyone, we are back. So this is me again, Rehan Shah Jahan. So with me is Nanda. our CTO. He's from Heritage, Hyderabad. Hi Nanda, how are you?
All good, all good. Thank you very much. Exciting time. Yeah.
So I'm also good. So how are you in, like, you came to the event, you have seen the office, you know, you're the backbone of the product. So how are you in, like, knowing the vibe and feel about the product and the community, and you know, the attendees who are joining us, partnerships and everything? How are you feeling, like your actual feeling about the product?
I think this is the first time I am experiencing the active vibe out here. So always we were passive in the background. This is the first time we have come to the foreground, seeing that enthusiasm and the kind of footfall that we are seeing and the kind of questions people are coming up with, how inquisitive they are. It is fantastic to see how the platform is being received and how GameCentric is reaching out to people.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So today we'll discuss a bit more about technical space, where the technology is moving towards. You know, particularly the world is moving towards that. So like Web 2, it started with Web 2, then AI, Web 3. What are your concepts if I technically talk about Web 4? What are your thoughts on that?
It's really interesting. Like, you know, if you look some decades back, early 1990s when Web 1.0 came. Okay, so there was a static page that was offered through a link. It was so exciting days during those days, and the Web 2 came, and wherein you can start making some transactions out here. Then came the social media era, right, where everyone can put their content out there, and then that we called it as 3.0. And now we are already jumping into 4.0, even though it is at the conceptual level. We have done a much more advanced study in GameCentric, and we are already discussing and trying to implement Web 4 out here. It's more about bringing AI into web, making it, you can call it as even intelligent web.
Intelligent Web 3,
And make that content more personalized. I'm just talking generic, not from the gaming part of it, and make that personalized content for each one based on how they have been browsing the internet and what kind of information they are looking for. So that is what, in nutshell, I can say 4.0.
Yep, that's a good thing, and specifically because the world is moving towards advancement. Just like AI thing has taken over a lot of things in the world, like everything is becoming automated. I particularly think that the Web 3 was the only segment that was being untapped in terms of automation, and the next thing whenever the world will go is the automation of the Web 3. So I have another question. You know, you're working in this space from last decades, and you have seen how the transaction medium has changed from, you know, personalized cash, then cards, and then online payments, now digital payments, like in Web 3, the transaction and everything. So what are your thoughts? Like, where do you see that this transaction medium, particularly keeping the Web 3 element in your mind, that where do you think that this will lead towards?
Absolutely. See, this is the more decentralization that is happening. So where this Web 3 all started, because to eliminate those middlemen who we thought are not adding value, are just becoming bottlenecks, right? So that is where that revolution started. Okay, how shall we go when it comes to financial transactions? But not only that, even in the skills and any other industry, so where the middlemen were playing very important role for taking you in front of the audience, right? That got eliminated, right? So this Web 4.0 is bringing that more intelligent features into it, so that it can be more personalized for you, and the reach is much more faster, reach is much more wide. So that is how it is evolving.
Yeah, I agree with you, because if we also check the transaction time, I still remember like 4 or 5 years before, it would take 2 or 3 working days to receive even $10 worth of whatever the assets. But right now it's just just like a click. It comes in, the transaction happens in nanoseconds, and particularly it's more secure because it's coming through Web 3. So I have another concept for Web 4 is that, you know, we have talked about that everything is going towards automation, advancement. How do you see Web 4 specifically in the gaming industry?
See, always gaming industry is the leader when it comes to trying out any of the new technology. Because any other industry keep an eye on the gaming industry,
Gaming industry,
before adopting it. Right? For example, in AI, we always call banking is leading in front. But banking looks at gaming and adopts some things that are good for
Similar elements, I would say.
Absolutely. Now, when we bring that Web 4.0 into gaming, when we look at player efficiency, right? So that is where it plays very important role, wherein it can give more inputs to the player and give those enhanceable tips and tricks for the player. That is one item. On the other side of it, when it comes to special thing, it can help you. I can just tell you in a simple way, wherein you are doing jogging, for example.
True.
But you are also playing a game.
Playing a game,
during that,
yeah.
right? I don't know how you visualize this. It's very difficult for people who haven't even thought about it to visualize it. You may be watching Netflix, but you are cracking or you are killing a opponent out somewhere there. This is the kind of dynamics the Web 4.0 will bring.
I'll add my experience in this. I was a hardcore PUBG player, so I was running, was like part of big tournaments. So by the time I reached the final stages, like the semi-finals and finals, I got tired and I couldn't play the next move and I lost. So I was also expecting, you know, a guy or a model or a person that is just similar to me take over the charge and play. So I think the automation, if you talk about Web 4, I personally think that the AI companion, which I think in gaming industry we need, because they will understand how our strategy is, how we play, and they will, you know, train get the training from our skill set, our synergies, strategies and everything, and can play on behalf of us.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the same thing, agents that we talk about, right? So you look at agents giving you that kind of facility. One is, when you look at the Web 4.0, the agents gives you the content that you are looking for, which is customized one for you. Now, the same agent will learn the way you are playing, and also it will bring best practices, and it can proxy for you, and it can play for you. Right?
And the other thing, the best portion of Web 4, which I believe is augmented reality.
Right.
We can mix it up with like digital version of the game and the physical version of the game, like itself being a physical version. So with augmented reality, I think we can infuse the gaming experience way better. Like we can bring it to schools, we can have maybe a gaming competition right now over here. And this is where, you know, the transactions are happening, your data is being stored on the chain. And the one best part of Web 4 is that you never lose your data. If you're performing, you can, if you wanted to switch to another platform, you can, because you already have a profile on your blockchain.
You don't have to. Certification is there on the
certification
blockchain.
is
Your
over
skill
there.
is on the blockchain, and you can take it anywhere.
And the best thing is it opens doors for like scholarships, careers, growth opportunities. You don't have to say that, oh, please trust me, I'm a good player. You can say, oh, you don't trust me, just see my profile, that's it.
True.
So
it is enhancing, because this is where all the exponential technologies are converging in the gaming industry. Web 4 is bringing AI, blockchain, and other, even IoT. Is playing out there, because even the instrument, it's not about agent just playing, it can even control the devices.
Correct.
And also metaverse is
the next part.
Next one. It can further enhance. Right. So there is no end to it, and you can apply any amount of creativity into it. And I'm sure this 4.0 is going to be the biggest revolution gaming industry.
That will, and as you're a part of our roadmap too, so you know that we're moving towards Web 4. We also have the learning management system, where we are trying to give the certification in the form of NFTs and digital assets. You can get certifications from us. You can learn skills. You can learn how to play game and everything. And I think this is the role model which majority of the community expect from a gaming company. That, you know, if you're getting something from the community, you have to give it back.
Isn't it interesting when the whole world is still grappling to understand Web 4.0? At GameCentric, we are already
doing that.
Delivering it, right?
Correct.
That tells how fast forward we are, and future forward.
And it's quite interesting because you're getting to explore a lot of new segments of technology. Like whenever you dive in, you see, oh, there's an opportunity over there. There's an opportunity over there. Oh, we can do this. We can do. So it's a very good thing.
Absolutely.
So I think any last feedback you're here
Surely, I
from
have a
Hyderabad?
question for you.
Yeah.
You being the Web3 lead for us, right? So we have already traversed a lot with respect to Web3. So how do you see the transition that we should take it to the market when it comes to Web3 to Web4?
So I believe that this is the best time because every Web3 project comes with a narrative.
Absolutely.
So in my opinion, the gaming narrative is yet to come by the end of this year.
Yeah.
And we are very proactive. We have already started working on Web4. So by the time the gaming narrative comes in,
Right.
we will smash with
Absolutely.
the Web4 narrative
Yeah.
in the market, and we'll take it from there. Apart from that, I have a total belief that your gaming identity is the key of value.
True.
Whatever you're achieving should never be gone. Like I'll give you an example. If there's a game which I'm playing from the past 2 years and somehow the data gets deleted, I won't be having anything. But on blockchain, it will keep building my profile. Even if the game gets deleted, but still the records will never vanish. And eventually, I would have a smart contract that will have a certain value, which I can sell, I can trade, I can flex, I can do whatever I want to do. So I think Web3 is playing a very important role in gaming industry and will dominate the market in terms of every single project, AI based project, gaming project, finance project, and etc. But I think the gaming narrative will stay longer, will have an impact, and will uplift themselves in a very powerful way.
Absolutely, absolutely. What you said is right. And the transition is going to be pretty smooth.
Yeah. Transition, I'll talk about GameCentric.
Yeah.
So we have Web2 users that are Web2 active users, that is above 160,000 monthly active users, which we have on GameCentric, and they are Web2 users, and there are the Web3 users, like 30,000 Web3 active users. So what we are doing is, we're not just directly shifting to Web3, we are teaching them, we are making them adopt the Web3 things slightly smoothly, so they don't feel, we are just we are just getting at a side, or GameCentric is pulling us aside or pushing us at a side, and they're just promoting Web3. No.
Right.
So we are teaching them, we are giving them the opportunity to play Web3 tournaments, Web3 games, create their wallet, get their assets. So the transition period which we are looking forward for our Web2 users is very smooth, very slow, very, we are teaching them. It's good for their experience, they're learning skills, they're learning how to adapt the Web3 community. So it's a very, 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 very smooth and seamless process for their transaction.
Absolutely. I think the Web3 to Web4,
Yep.
I feel it is much more simpler transition
Than
for
Web2.
people to adapt to, because
Correct.
they are already craving for
Correct.
the kind of features Web4 is
Yep.
promising.
Promising.
Right.
And the other thing, you know that we have also integrated our AI model on our platform.
Yeah.
So it's just like a combination of AI and Web3 together becomes a Web4. So as I mentioned, that we are bringing our users, existing users, very slowly and seamlessly, so they adapt, they enjoy, they wanted to play more, they wanted to create something, they wanted to grow with us as partners, as players, as loyalty members. So we are giving them the opportunity to come with us, uplift with us, and let's grow together.
Great journey ahead.
Yep, great journey ahead. Yep. Thank you so much, Nanda. Nice discussion with you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
The gaming revolution is here, and GameCentric is leading the charge. What started as a bold idea in the heart of MENA has grown into a movement. Over 120 tournaments and activations across the region, from schools and shopping malls to national stages and global festivals. We've connected players, built communities, and helped brands unlock the true power of gaming. But this is just the beginning. GameCentric is entering a new era, guided by 6 core pillars. We call them the 6 E's. Earn. Maximize your gaming potential with competitive tournaments, challenges, advanced analytics. Join a thriving community where you earn as you play. Engage. Find your people. Compete. Collaborate. From live events to digital arenas, community is at our core. Educate. From blockchain and Web3 to esports and safe gaming. Level up your gaming knowledge with certified courses and interactive content curated by us. Learn from industry experts and become a gaming authority. Empower. Access premium features and exclusive privileges through our tiered membership system. Unlock your full gaming potential. Entertain. From classic Web 2 titles to the boldest Web 3 experiences, we deliver unforgettable moments for every kind of gamer. Elevate. Step into the future of gaming with Web3 integration and blockchain technology. Access exclusive features and global opportunities through our advanced ecosystem. But what makes this experience truly seamless is intelligence designed for the player. Meet our AI agent, a powerful system that personalizes your gameplay, adapts challenges to your skill, and enhances every moment with data-driven precision. Introducing GCVC, the currency of the GameCentric ecosystem, a token built for creators, gamers, and dreamers. To own, to play, we've built the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, and we're inviting you to cross it. This is the future of gaming economies. This is GameCentric, built for gamers, designed for the future. The gaming revolution is here, and GameCentric is leading the charge. What started as a bold idea in the heart of MENA has grown into a movement. Over 120 tournaments and activations across the region, from schools and shopping malls to national stages and global festivals. We've connected players, built communities, and helped brands unlock the true power of gaming. But this is just the beginning. GameCentric is entering a new era, guided by 6 core pillars. We call them the 6 E's. Earn. Maximize your gaming potential with competitive tournaments, challenges, advanced analytics. Join a thriving community where you earn as you play. Engage. Find your people. Compete. Collaborate. From live events to digital arenas, community is at our core. Educate. From blockchain and Web3 to esports and safe gaming. Level up your gaming knowledge with certified courses and interactive content curated by us. Learn from industry experts and become a gaming authority. Empower. Access premium features and exclusive privileges through our tiered membership system. Unlock your full gaming potential. Entertain. From classic Web 2 titles to the boldest Web 3 experiences, we deliver unforgettable moments for every kind of gamer. Elevate. Step into the future of gaming with Web3 integration and blockchain technology. Access exclusive features and global opportunities through our advanced ecosystem. But what makes this experience truly seamless is intelligence designed for the player. Meet our AI agent, a powerful system that personalizes your gameplay, adapts challenges to your skill, and enhances every moment with data-driven precision. Introducing GCVC, the currency of the GameCentric ecosystem, a token built for creators, gamers, and dreamers. To own, to play, we've built the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, and we're inviting you to cross it. This is the future of gaming economies. This is GameCentric, built for gamers, designed for the future.
Hi guys, welcome back. This is me again, Rehan Shahjahan, and today we have one of the youngsters with us who's actually a student, and he wanted to share his experience about GameCentric, his thoughts on Web3, Web2, transitioning from Web2 to Web3, and maybe Web4 in future. So right beside me, it's Hamza. Hi Hamza, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? How's everything?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So Hamza, tell me something about GameCentric, or tell me something about yourself first.
Yeah. So as you know, I'm a student. I'm currently in university, and I just recently got into gaming because of GameCentric. I had gone for an event before, and I saw one of GameCentric's trucks, and I just wanted to check it out what it was. And ever since that day, it's maybe been about 4 months. Ever since that day, I have my viewpoint of gaming has kind of changed, and I've got myself more heavy into it. And I'm just developing my skills, my knowledge, and things like that for gaming.
Okay, that's good. That's good because GameCentric thought process is this, that we wanted to give an experience how the gaming environment looks like, and that is why we have a gaming truck outside. We move it across multiple events, multiple stations, so that majority of the youngsters can experience the gaming itself. Because I think the gaming is the future. One more question for you, Hamza, is that because you're a student and you're young, what are your thought process on Web3? As you can see that GameCentric is moving towards Web3, maybe in Web4. So what are your thoughts on that?
At first, I was not a Web 2, Web 3 guy, but then as I saw GameCentric's kind of vision and what they want to do with Web 3 and what they want to do with bringing in crypto with gaming. Ever since then, I just, like I said, my full vision of gaming and viewpoint of gaming is just changed. It's just not you just sitting and just playing a game. Whereas GameCentric, they want to, bring in crypto people, and also I like the fact that you guys, went around schools and that created a lot of awareness and things like that. So it's a very good initiative, and there is a lot of potential, especially you guys wanting to move to Web 4. I'm sure there's a lot of potential in the coming years and coming months as well.
So are you ready and geared up to grow with us as an ecosystem?
Yes, 100%. Because again, it's very interesting. That's why I want to, of course, gain a lot more knowledge on Web 3 and GameCentric as well, and I want to be part of the journey from the beginning to where it goes in the future.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So I'll just put a final question in front of you. That any feedback, because you're a part of our event. It's an amazing event happening. You're checking the vibe check.
Yeah.
Games, gaming truck, gaming machines, and everything. We also had a match downstairs. So what are your feedback or your final observation? How do you think that this particular vibe or environment can build, create opportunities in future, and where do you see it from today onwards?
Yeah, so the setup is really nice. Of course, it's a really good networking opportunity, and you gain a lot of knowledge here, and also you as a gamer would get new opportunities here. Okay, it could be in terms of tournaments. It could be also for crypto, blockchain. Maybe might be somebody as a beginner you want to know more about NFTs. You guys just gave the drop for the NFTs today. You'd want to know more about that, and it's a good starting place to gain more knowledge and stuff like that. So I think it's a very good initiative today.
So in general, you're happy with the event?
Yes,
and with
exactly.
The
It turned out very good. I'm very impressed with the kind of layout and what it entails and stuff. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for. It was truly pleasure having you over here. So this is the feedback from one of the youngsters coming directly from school, universities. So I want you guys also to be a part of our ecosystem and witness what we are doing and the transition. We're taking a whole gaming experience from Web 2 to Web 3, maybe Web 4 in future. So be with us, stay with us, and let's go together. Thank you.